the concern with dabbing on stream is it can only go one of two ways. It will either bless the year or curse it even more. And I don't know that I'm comfortable being responsible for that. We've dabbed before. We've done it. It will invoke World War III. That's as good of a reason as ever to do it. You've done it. Now it's happened. Rip grandma. Seriously, if your grandma dies in the next month, that was me. I did that. You straight up looked like a boomer doing that. Yeah, who dabs anymore? There's like a progression of stuff. All right? It starts with funny original people. And then it hits Discord. And then it hits TikTok. And then it hits YouTube. And then it hits Facebook. And then it hits me. I'm all the way down here. This is where I am. Just below boomers posting on Facebook. Oh, did I not include Reddit? Reddit is before Facebook. Is this a beer brewery t-shirt? I will send you. So in a very, I'm just gonna put this on screen. Okay, just gonna put this on screen. And I'm not gonna say anything about it because I don't need to say anything about it. It speaks for itself. What else? What else needs to be said? It's a cool t-shirt. But I mean, move the Unity assets? They're the only things protecting you. I mean, you see them, right? Will this be our little secret? I would appreciate it if you kept this as our little secret. Is this a boomer thing? Yes, actually. Literally is. Is the music good, though? Oh, no, I just like the t-shirt. Sorry. Okay, hold on. 1973? I wasn't born anywhere close to 1973. I was born in 1995 because I am 27 years old. Thurston
just resubscribed for 23 months.
Thank you. 1963. 1990. When else would I be born? When else would I be born? If I was not born in 1995. I didn't do the math again. 78. I'm Gen X. Safi is not here. Safi's gone, dude. Wouldn't it be 1996 if you're turning 28 this year? It was a leap year. Just don't. Just don't. Who is he trying to? I'm 27 and I was born in 94. I am actually pretty decent. Long lost Siamese twin. We were born connected to the anus. Like a reverse human centipede. And the trauma of my birth sometimes makes me forget when I was actually born. But thank you, pretty decent. That has brought back a flood of memories. And now I remember I was completely born in 1994. My butt brother, I appreciate you and I've never forgotten you. Thank you for being a part of my life as well as part of my anus. You literally complete me. You ate your brother in the womb? That's messed up. Why would you do that? Should have just been like me and Pretty Days. Let's start the game. Streamer, play the game. I'm done hearing you talk about your weird ass brother. Just play the game, please. This isn't helping. Fine. Is that loud? Feels loud. I'm gonna turn it down a little. I might turn it down a little bit. It's not loud. It's just loud for me. I don't know why my ears are sensitive today. Every dab I do erases 3 years of your memory. If that was true, I would dab 14 times in a row. Instantly, right now. How beautiful would it be if you could just erase your memory in a moment's notice? Just be like complete, whatever, memento. Whenever you want. Like you can get in an awkward situation, just instantly dab and you're back to being like blissfully unaware. That's intentional dementia? That sounds wonderful. Sign me up. Try to pick up longsword again. You couldn't kill Legiana. How do people just switch weapons? You just play this game way too much. And then you've done it. I think we're going to fight Safi. Not Safi. Kolv Taroth. Does this mean you'll forget about Ryozo Champion? Yeah, I would forget about it. But he wouldn't forget about me. That's... What? MR20... Oh! I guess, I finally got to pick up the chip. You had a friend say she was going to gaslight you into dementia and you've never forgotten that? Well, at least you haven't been bean-litten. Streamer, does GU Switch Axe Sword Mode not have the Triple X combo from 4U? You're finding GU Switch Axe very boring now. Just play Valor Switch Axe. Or Adept Switch Axe. That's not a good answer to your question, and I apologize for that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean... I'm not an expert on Switch Axe in 4U. Nor am I really an expert on it in GU either. Other than I always go for full anime Switch X. If creeping feeling your generational dementia in their 40s, yeah. Probably. What weapon are you going to play in Rise? I'm going to play everything, but in the beginning, we'll probably be doing a lot of dual blades. No, Alchemy Switch X is fine. Switch X is a lot of really good, like, Hunter Arts. So... We're using Charge Blade for a while now. We're going to be using Charge Blade for the most of this world playthrough. Curry and beans, what a monster. The people in the YouTube stream from last night found out about how I got McDonald's a week ago. And rather than French fries, I had beans, and I dipped my burgers in the bean juice. And last night, Jen called me a bean addict and addicted to beans. Unsubscribed. Unsubscribed and reported. I understand. At this point in exercise routine, do you think you could lift a switch axe in real life? I could probably deadlift one. I mean, could I swing it around? No. I don't even know if I could swing around a sword with a sword and shield. So am I still a copium on the fact that I'm not a bean addict? I just think they're healthy for you. I'm not sitting there like scratching myself, tweaking out at the thought of beans. I'm just like, when I want to have a healthy side, I make beans. Okay. Okay. That is a remarkably well-timed sound redeem. Who did that? Excellent job. Look, here's the thing. I only had one coupon. I wanted to use it on a burger and not on French fries, and I had beans at home. Maybe if I hit the other side of the head, I wouldn't have gotten... Yeah, I mean, any coffee drinkers out there are slurping down beans on a regular basis. So get off your high horse. What would I rate Colv out of 10? The original Colv was amazing. This Colv, little lame. Wow, it takes so long to get that off. This hunt really makes you wish you had Rocksteady mantle. Guess we go with an SAAD into a wallbang. When you get Rocksteady, you can get it in a high rank. You gotta fight a couple of tempered Val Hazops, I think. Or just tempered monsters in general. This first phase can be really embarrassing. It's easy to end up not being able to deal enough damage. What about the upgrade for Rocksteady? I mean, there's probably just a quest for it, right? I don't know exactly what triggers that upgrade, but... Oop. Well, maybe the fortify will help us. It's like extreme copium. The thing is like they changed the monster a bit. So like it used to be you just bring out your thunder light bowgun. Thanks for the content. You're very welcome. 6 days a week. What weapon I want to see in future games? You want to see a scythe? I think weapons that have a good mix between ranged and melee could be an interesting archetype that we have not seen in the game yet. I partially blame the slowest tenderizing animation in human history for my failures. I don't want to get a ride. Excuse me? That's a wall right there. I'm so tilted right now. I'm so tilted. What was that? She's gonna run away. She's totally running away. I'm completely tweaking out right now. At a clear wall to the left? She's leaving. I'm not shooting the SOS. We're gonna get it. We just needed... Oh my god. We just needed slightly better luck. The hard part is getting the tenderizes. Am I putting her to sleep? Well, my cat will. To get that quest to show up, though, Papaya Apple, you need to fight a certain number of, I think, unique tempered elder dragons. So time for fortify strats? We're going to get fortify strats whether we want them or not. Get the tenderized thing first? Yeah, that's what the first thing I do is tenderize the head. If I can get her to area 2, I feel okay. I mean, is it area 2? It's also kind of area 3. It just depends on how you look at it. So just a tiny bit later. Make sure the wall exists this time. I'll do my best. Alright. Worth. That's a little bit of a awkward hitbox there. All right, let's get the other bang off. That's a lot of damage on the chest when it's been tenderized. Blast seems pretty good here, too. Up, down, up, down? You like that, don't you? Woo! I swear I've got the noisiest voice in the game for guys. I don't know why they recommend using Fire Element. The chest, ever so slightly, takes more fire damage. But, like, that's just the chest. Otherwise, it's still thunder. Is there any way to disable hunter voices in world? Absolutely. Yeah, you just turn the voices down to 0. Almost want to get guard up here. All right. Mounting her makes her go instantly molten. Well, that's neat. Yeah, I think it's almost worth mounting her in that first area, then. Makes getting through that first phase a lot easier. I always felt like that first phase is the hardest phase. Depends if you want to get the horn break or not. Or I guess the plating break. Could have been better. Maybe we'll get a second one off. Nope. She's kind of resistant to KO, isn't she? Most things would have been KO'd at that point. Starting to crave my max potion IV drip right now. I could really use it. That was kind of sweet. Pretty sure there's another one over here, right? No? Where is it? Is that one? I feel like I don't see the second one anymore. Maybe that's only in baby mode. I don't know. Yeah, not in this quest. I think you're right. Oh yeah, I brought back claw staggers. Subi. I'm not using Rocksteady. Now, that should be okay. Ew, I know. I discussed myself as more than you could ever possibly imagine. It does feel a little bit like cheating. Finally gave in. It's just for this one monster, man. What's a claw stagger? When the monster stylishly poses at you and goes, "Whoa." Slipping someone's DMs is kind of cheating. Yeah. You're right. It could be. It's at the very least suspicious. Can I reach? That's a funny attack. Well, this should pretty easily let us get... What? I don't even remember that move. That must be a new move she gets here. Come on. Oh, no! We should be okay. I think you could usually, like, faint once. We've got good fire defense. Hi, Fardead. Hello. I think the worst, most ignorant approach to KT. I mean, up in its face with Insect Glaive is fine. For Master Rank KT, trying to do the standard Elemental Bowgun doesn't really help much because they nerfed the Elemental hit zones, I believe. From what I remember. So, I'm not sure if I would say it's ignorant, but, you know, if you didn't know. I would disrespect a corner horner. I would suggest maybe getting some hits in. But hunting horns with attack up large are such enormous benefits to a quest. On their own, they already like dramatically improve things. Don't leave soon. I almost got a mount. Let me mount you. That was pretty cool. I feel like that move expects you to have max potions to spam afterwards. Out of nowhere! You didn't see that coming? This is Master Rank KT, yeah? Easy. Not easy, actually kind of difficult. Get the Char Ice Charge Blade? That would make me very happy. Oh, I missed a carve. Oh well. Did I fight Kushala yet? You have to fight him, yeah. You gotta fight Kushala in the main story. Oh. Well, I gotcha? Of course. Of course I'll gotcha. I mean, the legs are really, really nice to get, but... How far are we from it? From what? Kushala? We already fought it. What are you talking about? Oh, my farm! No.
Hey.
You go for the legs? The legs are good, but I don't have the decos to really make a different set if I want to keep artillery up. Well, those parts all kind of suck. Male armor should have bigger boobs. I agree. The odds of getting what we want seem fairly low. Whatever. Make buff body gamma? It's a good looking set. Alright. Well, that was something. I don't know what, but it was something. I want to do that again. How are you, Fume? Well, it's been almost an hour already. I feel like I just started the stream. Okay. Hold on. Well, let's actually throw this on our radial menu. Here, I guess? Alright, we got a micro amount of max potions. Feels like you can kill KT pretty easily just comboing, though, with Savage Axe. Like, you don't really... Like, I don't think I needed that ride at all. I could have just, like, whacked it. We are using Charge Blade, yeah. I'm hoping to get lucky. Like, it'd be nice to get one useful elemental Charge Blade out of that. Time will tell. Almost got it. Getting closer. We fight Fatalis already? Haven't done it yet. No. Do you have any PTSD from Naked Fatalis? Nope. I never did Naked Fatalis, so. I did High Rank Fatalis. I did Naked Elytra. SOS? I can't fire an SOS. That's a wall. That Naked Extremist? Yeah, I got a little PTSD from that. Ooh. Question is would an SOS actually help me? Stop! Oh my god. Or we're dead. Hopefully the animation is actually long enough so I don't just stand up and immediately die. Freaking owns, man! Fortify is a big help. I had to jinx it. I mean, it wasn't like I was under any delusions. Look, I will bite you, okay? If I see you, any one of you in real life, you're getting... I feel like I haven't done a lot of damage. Can you go back into sword mode without losing Savage Axe? You can, yeah, you can even have Savage Axe up without having shield buff. Have to go back to school? Oh my god, you're chatting while you're at school? You rebel. Frames? We lost a couple. We're fine, though. It's my Charge Blade set. It's basically just full Raging Bracky with Damascus Chest. It's not going to win any awards for originality. Or being min-maxed. Maybe I should just go for the mount right away. We got our last time. Wow, so you've got 6 minutes to get that. So what? Charge up the axe mode. Wall bang. Twice. Then go for mount. Then that should be it. It's not 50-50. I'm just like getting used to it. Oh, SOS? I've done everything solo so far, though. It's saying it's 1 out of 1 anyways. How about if I help somebody else on their SOS? That will feel better than me doing SOS. SAD might be good if she's heated up, but it doesn't feel like it does a lot of damage. Well, when she's heated up anyways, is like, I don't know. Yeah, maybe there's time for an SAD. I don't know. It's going to be the same as playing solo if you SOS this. Are you saying you don't have confidence in your fellow hunters? This is a hard war to evade. I used to be able to do it. That was a weird hitbox. Oh, shoot. Sentis, good morning. Like, for me, like, I would want Rocksteady just for the first part of this fight. That should count as a wall. Impact mantle? I mean, that would be okay, I guess. But we've already got impact files. I don't even know if you can mount from the tail. I don't know if that builds up mount or not. All right, in theory, this is going to be okay. I can't believe what you've done. Rider Mantle in the last area is pretty neat. We're going up, down, boys. Oh. You don't need to break all of her gold off? No, I don't think so. I think breaking stuff helps. I mean, obviously breaking the horns off gives you a big trip. And if she's molten, it's pretty easy to break stuff anyways. I don't know if she's got like a timer going off while like I'm waddling around picking up all of these pieces. If so, I might be in big trouble. Yeah, I saw the Dragon's Fire. That's pretty nice. I don't know. I don't know how the timer works. I'm assuming it gives you some flexibility. No, I thought she was running. She was just headbutting at Texas. What a mistake. What a goof. I heard the I heard the guard point go off. I'll get thrashed. No, I'm not just. I deserve to die. You can't guard point that? I see. What? Was that Texas? Should be dead. Just get our first fortify. Think you need guard 5 for that? It completely blasted through me. Trying to guard point that attack? I mean, I hit part of it. I think it just hits twice. Rick Poole, good morning. It is morning. I think we're going to be okay. We've done okay damage. Like, we missed the stalactite or whatever, but I think we'll be fine. We did get a Dragon's Fire anyways. It hits many times? Oh, I see. But it just keeps going? That was a mistake. Barely. can hold block after a guard point? Maybe? No, I don't want to go down there. No, let me up. I was just trying to get a tenderize up. Getting sucked down. We got it. If Lance can counter it, then Charge Blade can do it. I just don't have guard 5. Good morning, ripped handsome person. It's bulking season, Big C Log. I wouldn't consider myself ripped right now, but thank you. Hope you're having a great day as well. Yeah, I think with Clutch Claw being such like an important part of the kit in Master Rank, they should have been a little bit more forgiving in terms of like when it's safe to use and when it's not. Because otherwise it just feels like Rocksteady and Temporal Mantle the game, and that's just like not as fun. Charge Shield is like the equivalent of adding 2 guard. I don't know if I want to go for another ride. Oh, it's such a weird attack. I'm not used to it at all. Oh. Okay. That's just getting that double fortify. It's called Claw Stagger? That's fair. Not looking great? It's looking amazing. Fortify times 2. What could be better? I already got 2 Dragon Spires, which is like the ultimate copium thing for me to be saying at this exact moment, but I did. Kill me if you must, for I've already won. Amaki! 37 years? I mean, if you go all the way back, Amaki, I've been doing it for 12 years. But the full-time thing, yes. Yes, that has been some time. Thank you very much, Amaki. Hopefully you're having a good day at work. We have 1,200 defense. Is this game good? Yeah. You should get it. sucks real bad. I don't know if I could block these things. Yes. Hasn't given me the big throw-up attack a lot yet. Guard 5? Nah, my decos aren't great. I only have guard 3. It's a bad place to stand. Texas. Aw, damn it. Ah! Do I hate the word clagger? It just sounds weird. I blame the early cart. Man, it's difficult to cart more than once. You just you run out of time.
Commando Jab just
Master of Maul.
36 months. 3 years of lessons from the
That's my
Master of
secret.
Maul. Keep up the good work.
I'm always mauled. Thank you, Commando Jab. Instead of offline, you can change Dark Souls things to a password so you can invade me, or I could just stay offline. Dude, arbitrary code execution? Nope. Not having you slip into my computer downloading all my porn. Been around that rabbit hole one too many times. Fine, time for bow DPS? We're trying to stick with Charge Blade this playthrough. Huh. Water, in theory, could be useful. Like, it's not perfect, but that would work on Fire Elatrion. I mean, most of the Kolv Taroth Char weapons are very good, if not meta, for element. 20 precious stones. What do we have for Elatrion? Fire? Lame. Dragon Pierce Frostcraft? Did it work? SOS. I will look for an SOS. It's an element, but not weapon. You know what I meant. Well, I got insurance. That might save somebody. I don't see any. Yeah, I don't know why they nerfed Element on KT. It's very sad. Well, at the very least, I feel like we've got the first 2 areas down pretty consistently. What platform were you on PC? You have a weapon tier list of all your favorites? No, I mean, depending on the game, like, I've got certain weapons I don't like to play much. In World, the only weapon I don't really like to use much is Heavy Bowgun. I just don't find it that interesting. Normal 3 Heavy Bowgun's, like, kind of okay. Well, the issue with Element versus Raw and Base World was non-elemental boost was 10%. I'm sure if you went back and compared everything now, Element would end up feeling a bit better in Base World compared to Raw because of that one, that one thing. I mean, you still saw, like, what? A lot of, like, Devil Joe and Lunastra weapons at the end. But if we didn't have that period of time where non-element was, like, 10%, I think it would have been a lot different. Yeah, you know, unnerfed max might. Supposed to be like a rock around here? Maybe not. Not even mad. I mean, I'm a little mad. She, like, blasted through that rock. Please. Thank you. I don't think any of those are really counting as mounting attacks. Whoa, that was close. Says she'll leave the area soon. That's really bad. I screw up that badly because I missed one wallbang. I don't think a fast phase 1 and phase 2 helps you much for phase 3. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. Oh, I goofed it up. I think we're going to be okay, though. Just gonna let her go. Connor, good morning. I feel like if you're not running... I hate to say this. Sticky light bowgun... you kind of have to mount, unless, like, you've got really maxed out gear. Wait. What? Why is that up there? What is it? Why is that up there? Huh. I didn't see anybody who had shot an SOS. So I couldn't do an SOS. It's a bad omen? It does feel at least a little ominous. Woo! That's close. Yanapu, love my content? I love you. Thank you. Do you love Cole Taroth? definitely an interesting fight without all of, like, the quality of life things you would normally expect or want. Nice. I guess we just combo the head here. That was a lot of damage. Oh! I feel like that attack always gets me. Oh, I had insurance! We still have the stalagmite. So we should be fine. We'll just get Savage Axe up first. My question is if you have... Like, if you have Ice Charge Blade... Say you have got Kashar Ice. Does that even beat raw damage? Because, like, I know they really toned down her Ice head zone compared to her raw head zone. You know what would be my dream? Having a way to have, like, power prolonger on. Oh! This is like a dream. Stalactites hold tight to the sitting. Stalagmites are mighty uncomfortable to sit on. It just sounds like somebody who's not brave enough. So I didn't break the horns. Amatsu, hello. Good morning. Tights come down? You sound like a fun date. Doing anything from her? I'm just trying to see if I can get any decent charge blades from her. I mean, she's got some good armor pieces, for sure. Did I beat the worm? Was the worm something I was struggling on? I don't remember fighting a worm. I'm not a Dark Souls 3 expert. I've never beaten the game. I've gotten farther now than I've ever gotten before. This is pleasant. Oh. Kind of aimed that last hit there, huh? She's got the most powerful headbutts. Don't do that. I don't want to do that. If you're doing it more, you'd like a carry? I don't know if I'm strong enough to carry. No! Saved. If you shoot an SOS, I will go into your SOS. Oh, you must need guard up for that. Ugh! Right into the goo. Oh. Well, we'll probably have one opportunity for like another wall bang-ish sort of scenario. Last time I was able to get her in this final area, I just got in a mount. Although I don't feel like mounts are that easy to get there. I can't handle the drip? I've got plenty of drip, okay? Oh, she's leaving. I think I shot pods at her earlier when she was like vomiting. No, the like frantic scramble back is the worst. She's not gone yet. It's not over yet. No! You can't block that. Stop it! Not without guard up. Well, that was not great, but whatever. Carve the horns? That is a quitter's mentality. Texas, please, you could have saved me. I think it's over. I think it's over. Maybe she's one hit away. No! No! So hard without... If I had Rock Steady Mantle, this would be nothing. Or Health Augment. Time for an SOS run? I will look for an SOS. How'd I get my clear already? It was, I got the mount in the final area rather than the first area. So I was able to like power through the first area and then I saved the mount for the end and I think it helped. I'm looking. It's got to be an SOS. I'm going in. Cheating? I already got my clear, all right? I'm helping somebody else with their quest. It's different. I'm supposed to be the carry, not the carried. I am absolutely going to carry here. Mauled Seed. You forgot Cope. Oh, I'm so good. Okay. Maybe I'm not that good. I got the evasion off though. That was a very awkward hitbox. I think we got enough tenderized things. Man, you just cannot go on that head at all whenever lava's puking out. Maybe if I spin her to the right? Oops. Not the best AAD of my life, not the best SAAD of my life. That feels like that would not go into the wall. I'm just making things interesting. Gotta get subs for the family? Oh, it is around noon, isn't it? We're gonna be fine. We just gotta get this mount. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, this is just a mess. This would be this is just a mess. It's falling to pieces. Should have hit those wall bangs? Literally hit any of the wall bangs or actually get them out. Yeah, any of those things would have been helpful. I agree. It's harder in multiplayer. She tweaks out. She goes all over the place. If I could somehow psychically control all 3 characters with my brain, it would be a little bit better coordinated. Fume was in the quest for like 30 seconds. I'm not doing a lot of damage now because I'm trying to go for the mount. But she's, I mean, we've got like 0 time. So I don't think she's going to run away while I'm on her back. And in this phase... That's hilarious. I am such a liar. Throw it up again. Throw it up again. But we got to do that thing where, all right, we got to get the tenderizes, go for the wall bangs even if we miss them, and then we got to get them out. Fume isn't going to come back to carry. Fume is picking up sandwiches for his family. Did it just get filled up? I don't need help. I'm a strong, independent streamer. You say it's up, I don't... Finally, some good content. You like this? Does tickle your pickle? Yeah, all right, good. Glad to hear it. Never been happier to hear it. Can you do Temper Devil Joe for Devil Joe in high rank? That's not really what I'm working on today. But I would argue that like the Golden Joe is kind of like a unique subspecies. Did I not restock my items? That's unfortunate. All right, this is early. This is good. Good start. Make sure to mount her so she doesn't get away. Already on top of it. That seemed like a lot of damage. That seemed okay. Look at all these shinies. Does the SOS count as my KT hunt? I've already cleared KT solo. I would not count it as a clear if I had to do it with a group. I'm only doing this because somebody redeemed SOS under the channel point redeems. The one time I did get the clear, though, felt magical. What am I trying to get from KT? It'd be nice to see some elemental charge blades. We already got a decent water one. Looks like we already got the rock. Maya is a subspecies of Maldi. Maldi is a subspecies of me. He's kind of like my stand, if you're into JoJo. Isn't ice one of the best elemental charge blades? Yeah, whatever it's called. The ice one. I guess it probably is ice. It's miraculous in the sense that it still somehow beats Beatotus. Yeah, I would assume Elatrion would beat Cole, but outside of that, for Dragon, yeah. Don't really need to sharpen it. What's Waldy then? What are you doing? Waldy is like the evil opposite of Maldy. He always looks happy, but he's actually incredibly evil. Yeah. No, that picture of me smiling with an incredibly bald head, that looks like a W, that's Waldy. He is not to be trusted. Waldy is Jen's stand? Uh-oh. People going down hard. I wonder if we can get a second mount. Probably if we really believed in ourselves. That was a lot of damage. Beware Waldy. Waldy just appears at you in the night. That's gonna become somebody's sleep paralysis demon. GG. That hunt was worth a single bit. Thank you, Raccoon Assassin. Thank you. Is that your first clear? Might be getting a little framey. Yeah, I don't know why it's getting a little framey. It's actually not bad MR. It's almost a full MR per hunt. Woo! That's a good thing the hunt just ended. That is a lot of nuggets. Let's do like these to start. Sure, I mean, I did get stream, which is like acceptable, probably. I'm gonna have to turn the bit rate down. This is looking pretty spooky. Good job as usual, Comcast and Twitch. It might look a little crunchy for a little while. When you think about it, the odds of actually getting the charge blade you want, pretty low. Near the chat on lunch break, how's it going? I mean, it's going okay. We just cleared Coulter off for our second time. All right. If it looks like it's going to be okay, we'll return it back to its previous glory. We'll take it up to 5,000. Well, if you're not moving, if there's no like major motion on screen, like lower bitrate is fine. Okay. All right. Well, that did nothing for us. It took you 300 melts to get the fire lance. That's a yikes. We'll just do 10 times. It's fine. Safi Jiva's system was better? It felt less random. The fight is awful. The coordination to not over flinch in the last phase is very difficult. I think that's the biggest issue. Like, I know they were trying to say, like, it was an intended behavior, but it doesn't feel like an intended behavior. You shouldn't be punished for doing too good. At least it feels strange within the context of Monster Hunter to get punished like that. All right, we're going to do one more solo, and then we'll move on to, I guess, greener pastures. Maybe we'll try and do something with that water charge blade. I don't really know. See, John, hello. Is the Furious Rajang charge blade, does that have power element, or is that still impact? Playing solo Safi is a nightmare. For a number of reasons it is. Especially if you play without claw staggers. Double Sapphire Star, yeah. Happens if Safi is doing an attack that's going to drop rocks, and then you flinch Safi. Like Furious Rajang pants. What's so good about them? What's power element? We might make them. I don't even know why I do that. Why do I do that? Health boost 3? It doesn't seem that helpful within the context of the decorations and everything else I have. That's going. We have killed Voltaroth twice today. Okay. Reasonable start. Please, you're right. Oh my God. I'm so angry right now. Cat. Misjudged Ballbang demoted to 3067. Excuse me, Ludwig and Dr. Disrespect have both left the Twitch platform. That puts me at least 3064. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I've been stagnating. You say my number's been going down. We've been getting up to like 500 people in some of these streams. I don't know why, by the way, other than people just enjoy Monster Hunter World. Content's been more or less the same. Was less boring in my opinion, light bowgun or heavy bowgun? Heavy bowgun is more boring in World. Light bowgun is more boring in Rise. We're not... Here's what we'll do. We'll do this. We're doing this. No! New year, new hole reveal? You think that's what it is? That makes some sense. World is still an excellent game. Superior to Rise in some ways. Well, a lot of ways. But Rise is new and shiny. I just crap my pants. Why would you do that? My interactivity with chat is top 100? I guess that's fair. I just don't do just chatting. Or Call of Butthole. No, 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 no. Ugh. Just earlier today in this stream, I told somebody they were my reverse human centipede. And that we were connected by our anus at birth. That's a funny bit. That's right! Colv. That was actually way harder than it should have been. She was like literally about to run. Newcomers to Rise who want to watch Monster Hunter but exhausted Rise's 35 hours of hunting? There's more hunting than that. Especially if you decide not to use rampage weapons. Which, like, are both A, the most boring grind, but then B, remove all reason to grind for almost anything else. So, interesting choice. Not very happy about it, but like, what are you gonna do? So that hit like always goes back like a little bit. I mean, the meme building is fun. Like, the set building is actually really nice in Rise. I did not have Savage Axe up. Oops. Could have been a lot more damage. The rampages are really sad. I mean, fortunately, if you're playing with people that know what they're doing, you can get through them very quickly. Some of the more difficult to get tickets, although that's like kind of funny to think anything's difficult in Rampage. you can get through like normal hunts, so that's nice. Maybe sharpen. Yeah, like you would do, in some ways, like just like not even the Apex Rampage quests, because you don't need them. I mean, if it were me, I would have made a system where you could transmute higher tier tickets to lower tier tickets. I feel like that would make a lot of sense. I think that might be good enough. Oh, she got enraged because of the fire. Oops. Should be okay. You have to watch the awesome Rampage video, refresh your memory on how to do them. I mean, basically, pick a quest that gives you the set down like 15 or 20 hunter installations. You take that, everybody gets on cannons, and then you pretty much just win. If you get early cannons, like the early phases are just crazy because like you're getting KOs. You're getting elemental blights. Woo! I evaded that for once in my life. It's hard to evade. Do I not remember my D rank SOS rampage? The only reason that would have happened was that when I joined somebody who was literally about to lose to the story Arzuros and was just sitting there shooting like a ballista or something at him. That wasn't me. You just unloaded 100 PS5s? Oh, wow. Nature is healing. PS5s exist in the wild again. They're all digital PS5s, though? What do you think the odds are that the next gen is just going to be, like, full-on digital only? For digital yourself? I mean, there's no downside to having a physical drive. Oh! Calentramp, thank you. Is this some sort? Is this meme spreading? Not really happy being in blue sharpness, but I don't think there's too much I can do about it. You're enjoying the Dark Souls 3 playthrough? First time, be gentle. It's literally my first time getting that far in the game. I've always gotten stuck in doing dumpy, low-level PvP, which is apparently dangerous to do now because, like, people can run arbitrary code execution through PvP. I thought it would have been enough. I don't see how I don't die. I'm so low on healing. Alright. I guess we take those. What are we farming KT for? Just hoping to have another decent elemental weapon. It's a real challenge. Oh, the feet sniffing extravaganza is horrible. It's either that or, like, I don't know, farm large barrel bomb pluses and just slam those forever. Gonna farm for augments, I guess. Am I looking for Char Ice? That or fire would be nice, but I mean, I'm not, you know, I'm not delusional. I mean, water is good enough for Elatrion, for the fire one. Thunder theoretically would be enough for the fire, ice one. Think those beans cause delusions? You are addicted to beans and you are a bean addict, is what I've been told.
Yes.
Played like 300 coal for Char Ice and didn't get it? That's rough. That's, good luck. I've got streamer luck. Though I don't really have many large Elder Dragon Bones left. I mean, even with the water Charge Blade we have, like, that could be pretty good against, Teostra. Do I like green beans? I like them. I like peas and lentils better. Just see if maybe we didn't miss anything. Wow. You modded stuff in? Wow. I mean, 150 colves is a lot of colves. Oh, wow. I'm sorry to hear it, Moldy, but I am happy to hear that you got the vaccine and booster and all that. That's very good and very fortunate. That needs, like, stuff from the Rotten Vale, I guess? Are black-eyed peas technically a bean? I think so. You're missing Glutton? I don't even know if Glutton was that good, though. Like, in the end game. Like, I think there was a Safi weapon that technically beat Glutton. Yeah, no, Moldy Mickey, you were smart. My brother-in-law just got it Saturday. And he thought it would be a good idea to not get the booster. He said, I will only get the booster if they make me. Well, okay. Mazel tov, enjoy coronavirus. Oh, this was pre-Iceborne? Oh. 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 Good night, Papaya Apple. Gonna try and do a little bit of the Rotten Vale Guiding Lands. I mean, Glutton was definitely super effective in base game. Like, there's no question about it. But it did make the game, like, a little boring. You wanted your gun? I mean, I've probably done at least 150, right? Hundreds. Papaya apple. I'm a married man. Let's leave the cat for now. Seems like the Twitter did calm down, though. People did eventually stop tweaking out, so... Most of the stuff was deleted. Most of the damage was not done. I mean, people's reputations, maybe, a little bit. Jen will laugh. Well, if I keep doing it, I'm pretty sure she would stop laughing. Is Deep Schnagel fully upgraded? No. Well, I mean, yes and no. My reputation went up. 3066, we've been following you closely. Based on your recent performance, your Twitter ranking has gone up. Can you get TLDR on Twitter stuff? You don't get it? A group of people stole some work that had been done on some preservation efforts for Monster Hunter Frontier. Literally released it as is with no effort to really make anything better or improved in any way. Slandered the original person that preserved it even in the first place. Like nothing would happen without this guy. And then tweaked out when everybody was saying like, hey, this is wrong. You shouldn't be doing this. At one point I was arguing with one person, and as we were going back and forth, because like they're asking me who I was, I said who I was, and I said if they wanted streaming tips, they can go into my DMs. And then I found out that was one of the guys' girlfriends. And I said it'll be our little secret. That was not... that was a mistake. No, last night was fine. There's a better way to proc fortify than with bombs. However, I never beat Safi, so... So the reason why they're tweaking out is twofold. One is the preservation efforts are obviously not public yet. So not anybody can just go in and mess around with whatever's being done. But that's because, like, they're working on it, you know? It's not finished. Like, it is not a finished product. Second part is they were originally involved, but they did something to get themselves banned. So now they're banned from doing it in the first place. I'm not Mr. Steal Your Girl. I told Jen immediately when I found out my mistake, and I apologized. And she laughed. She thought it was funny. So I'm all in the clear, all right? You ain't taking me down over this. How did everyone find out they stole code? Because you knew, right? Like, I was there when people were originally capturing packets. And the guy who's working on it, Fist, coordinated literally everything. It would not exist without him. But anyone who's ever had any history with, like, you know, Nintendo fan projects knows, like, you know, you kind of want to wait for things to be finished before you start releasing things to the public. You know, and oddly enough, like, the version that they released is, like, an obvious developmental build, was, like, many months out of date. And it has somebody, like, in our Discord, Bonecuss, has, like, a splash screen of, like, Animal Crossing that he made. Like, it's the craziest thing ever. Like, they're coding, like, they're not even good enough to code that out. Like, literally replacing a JPEG. This project will allow us to play it. So, in the long run, obviously, yes, Fist is going to be opening it up to the public. There'll be two versions. There'll be a vanilla version, which is just going to be just the game that was there at the final patch, available to be played. And then there'll be a rebalanced version. And the rebalanced version is going to be the version you're going to want to play because, you know, Frontier is an MMO. It's balanced in such a way that if you know, as an MMO, you'd want to be playing for months, if not years at a time. So you're gonna want the version that kind of like smooths out the gradient of difficulty and stuff like that. Nintendo's no saying Frontier, it's all Capcom. I was using it as an example of what happens when you release fan projects too early. Now, generally speaking, Capcom is pretty permissive of like old projects and mods and stuff like that. We don't know how they're going to feel about rebooting Frontier. If you're to try and take Frontier and make a new game, they would shut it down. Dwarven Man, hello. Is it for PC emulators to be able to play it in your Vita? It is going to be PC only, as far as I know. You got your first shot. Drink plenty of water. Don't drink any alcohol. And later on, if you feel bad, take 1 Tylenol. As long as you don't have any alcohol in your system. Oh, you weren't talking to me? I wasn't talking to you, streamer. So, ironically, the version that was leaked not only had all those other issues, it had a feature that was set. It had 2 things that was really bad. So, one, it will periodically roll back your save. So, you'll just have like all of your progress deleted. The second part is, there was another feature that was in there. And if people wanted, they could go in and literally delete everyone's character. Like, you could go in and just delete everything. Just go into the server, send 1 command, and then suddenly everyone's character on the server is deleted. So, you know, that's a pretty big bug. Obviously, the final release will not let you do that. You gonna play Rise for PC? Yes. You feel like World looks better so far. From a visual standpoint, World beats the absolute living hell out of Rise. Rise has a lot of really fun fights and has, like, some really fun systems. Not universally fun, but it's got some good stuff in there. But World is the better looking game, unequivocally. There's like no question. Well, the thing is Dwarven, is if you drink, you can't take Tylenol. It's really bad for your liver if you do that. You can do some serious long-term damage. So you really shouldn't be drinking. There's also no security in regards to IP addresses. Oh yeah, they hadn't really built that in yet at that point either. It's just a real mess. And it's insane and really, frankly, irresponsible for them to release it in just about every way possible. Wait, what? So you can go down the list of bad decisions that were made. They made all of them. Now, I mean, like, you know, 1080p, 120 FPS, Rise. I mean, it looks nice. I mean, it's not a bad-looking game, but it's just definitely not World. You won't need to take Tylenol. All right. We're just trying to look out for you, buddy. I like his little spin. It's kind of cute. '20th Monster Hunter anniversary set for 2024. Would that mean Monster Hunter 6 is set for 2024? 2026 is a pretty good guess as to when we're going to get another major release. I think 2023 is pretty ambitious. I mean, it's possible. It looks cartoony. It's got, definitely has more of a cartoony aesthetic to it. The fights are really good, though. Like, I really, like, if there's one thing I really, really like about it, is the fights are nice. Story's art style main game would be amazing. I don't think we'll ever get that. Maybe the next, like, Switch or portable developed title would. We're getting a 2023 Monster Hunter game. I can guarantee it. What, do you work at Capcom now? Mr. Worldwide over here? Huh? Tell us about your Capcom connections. Am I getting early access? Much preferred World over Rise? There were some aspects of World that I didn't love, but for the most part, I really liked it. Longest gap of time between Monster Hunter titles? I don't have an exact date for you, but the general release cycle is 18 months between releases. Sometimes less, but usually never more than 18 months. If I don't get a 23 monster game, I could ban you for life. I'm not going to do that. So, I mean, ideally on Rise, if there was somebody who was very graphically inclined, I mean, you could add in little bits of things that would make it look a little bit more like World. Like, the graphics engine can handle it. But the reason, like, World looks so good is, like, you have all these, like, weird, like, just, like, completely visual stuff just, like, stacked around in the environment. I just think they don't want to make the people that have the Switch version feel that bad. 18 months, does that include Ultimate version? Yeah, I mean, there's never been... And I mean, I could be wrong. I don't think there's ever been a longer than 18-month wait between releases. I mean, you can go check the wiki if you want. Iceburst finished in 2020, so that would be 4 years, but 2019 was released of Iceborne, so the main team is already 4 to 5 years of development time. Yeah, I mean, Takuda's been working on Iceborne probably since 2018. Isn't the engine Rises on the same one as RE8? Yeah, it's called the Reach for the Moon engine. You would think it would be the Resident Evil engine, but it's definitely... It's the Reach for the World. Reach for the Moon. And, you know, presumably the next title is going to be using the same engine as Rise. Just, you know, made with much more detail into the world environments. The monsters themselves look fine, I feel like. I don't like these guys. Why don't we get a release every 2 months? I mean... You know, I mean, periodically we have conversations about, you know, whether Monster Hunter would be benefited as like a, more of like a living game model. I generally like it where they come out as discrete releases and then are just finished. But there's definitely a group of people out there that would love to see Monster Hunter acting like a Destiny or something like that. Reckon we'll ever get a game with every monster? No. No, not without fans doing it. Capcom will not do that. Because it's like, it would be so much effort for very little gain. You know, like, do you really need normal Kazoo and then red Kazoo, you know, and Velocidrome, And Great Jaggy and Izuchi. Because then, you know, they got to make, like, you know, especially nowadays, like, you know, they'd have to go back and completely remake armor sets and stuff like that. And presumably weapons, and you got to try and balance all that. It's really difficult. Sekiro came out in, like, what? October, December of 2019? Maybe it was, like, March. I remember playing it in my basement. I mean, yeah, Generations Ultimate has one of the largest rosters of all time, but it is also one of the most divisive by far. Easily the most divisive. What is wrong with GU? Just a lot of copy-pasted monsters, you know? I mean, especially with the styles there, like, you're fighting lots of trash tier monsters that are just absolutely, completely non-equipped to handle your Adept style or your Valor style, or your Aerial style. If you identified as one monster, what would it be? Probably like a Gajalaka, if you can count them as monsters. I mean, Sexy Boy Dolph, like, I would encourage you just to play it on PC anyways. Like, going through and remaking everything again isn't really that bad. Within a month, you'll be at the end game. Trying not to die to a Gyros. Gyros can actually really tweak out if you're not careful. Like, if he's like, if you speed him up by like 150%, he's actually kind of scary. Uh-oh. For you, 3U, and GU on PC, like an official release? I mean, it's not 100% crazy, if only because, like, the chief operating officer of Capcom has said as much that he'd like to see lots more releases on PC. Oh yeah, Guiding Lands is way better than now than it was on launch. It's got all the quality of life improvements you would ever want. I mean, it took like 6 hours to grind something up to the max level in the Guiding Lands. It was actually a case where, like, they really overestimated people's ability to grind, which is the opposite of what happened in Rise. Those of you who don't know, there was a bug when Rise first came out, and people were getting stuck into these, like, loops of getting certain talismans. And it was because, like, you know, they stripped out some content from the initial release on the Switch. And as a result, when you were trying to get a talisman with a skill that wasn't currently in the game, it would just loop back to where you were in the beginning of the talisman table. And, like, you wouldn't pick it up in playtesting normally because you just probably wouldn't expect people to grind that hard. And, you know, they were planning, you know, to put everything back on the version they were probably testing quite a bit within a month anyways. But it's just funny that it's like that's what happened. What happened with Monster Hunter Freedom coming to Steam? So I asked Jono, the EU Capcom community manager, and he said it was a mistake. And they don't have any plans to release it at this time. Now, is that true? You got coffee crisps. Delicious. I mean, so Rise is going to be out, what, next week? I mean, you'll probably enjoy it for 2 to 3 months. And depending on, like, mod support and stuff like that, that might spread it out to even longer. But once you're done with that, like, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to want to be going back to World again. I think most people end up feeling like Monster Hunter World is their favorite Monster Hunter. Like, I've been playing the game for, like, a really long time, right? I've been playing it since Freedom, you know? And you'd think, like, a boomer like that would be like, oh, new Monster Hunter's no good. But, like, I don't know. You just have to appreciate the game for what it is. Like, it's not the same as the old ones, but it just looks so good and plays so well and has so many neat things in it. I still love the old games. Like, I love all of them, but I think the game's great. You know, do I love Claw Stagger? Do I love Tenderizing? I mean, I don't love it, but you know, there's no perfect Monster Hunter out there. You go to any Monster Hunter and, like, there's always going to be one weird thing that feels broken. You know, Freedom Unite, like, flash bombs, like, and traps had no cooldowns. You know, the entirety of 3rd gen, Exhaust, and then ultimately Blast was just broken as hell. Or Slime, I guess. Why did I choose to level up Coral and Rotten first? I want to get Elemental Augment. I'm not doubting Jono. I'm just saying, like, you know, he has to say that. I mean, 4U is definitely, like, the hardest. So if you just want, like, a real challenge, like, 4U is absolutely the game to go with. That game is really hard. Like, I think it's the hardest game in the series. I mean, yeah, obviously barring Frontier, but it's a real challenge. I mean, there are aspects of GU that I like. I don't universally dislike GU. Like, I'm not, like, that much of a gremlin. Like, I'm definitely a gremlin. I want to fight this Fulgur. Charm tables are broken as hell. I mean, we're talking about, like, literally broken? Yeah. Yeah, charm tables are broken. Elden Ring in February. I know it's in February. I don't know the exact date. What's the best Monster Hunter Charge Blade? If you're talking about, like, the most powerful Charge Blade in the series, I think it's 4 Ultimate. Oh, in World? I mean, Power Element is really, really strong. But I think it really depends on the matchup. But, like, the Cole of Taroth, like, Critical Element Charge Blades, I think, probably the strongest. And then Elatrion. Like, you could just go Fatalis and, like, just be done. But I think you're really rewarded if you go Elemental File. Will all the big streamers get a Rise a week early again tomorrow? I don't know. You gotta ask Jono. Or Yuri. I mean, the streamers that got it early weren't streaming it a week early. They were playing it off stream, potentially making, like, reviews. Almost got it. Can I guard that? No. I just forgot to update the set, butts. That's my bad. Normally I don't like flint shotting him because it just like doesn't really do much. He gets up like instantly. Some of his hits go kind of wild. He's a really good fight. Oh. Oh, no, this is it. Oh, I'm so dead. Just refreshing my fortify. I think switch skills are here to stay, honestly. Wasn't there a few people streaming it too early and got shut down? Oh, in terms of Rise? Like on the Switch? Probably. You repurchased World for PC? I mean, you could probably get it for like $20 now, right? Yeah, I think it got leaked pretty early. I don't really know. You only Hunter Rank 150 on PS4? Oh, you got plenty to go. $43? How cheap does it get on sale? I mean, $43 is a great price. For how much game you get. If only a full monster list wasn't in the demo files for the Switch. Wonder if they'll make that mistake again.
Sexy Boy Dolph just subscribed.
Sexy Boy, thank you. Sexy Boy dropping the dollars on stream and on Monster Hunter. You can actually knock Fulgur out of his charge mode. You do enough damage. Oh, I'm coming down with you. Oh, lane. Oh, super lane. Texas is gonna have to save me here. Barely saved. I forget if it's his back or his head, but there are... Yeah, it's his head. Well, he's not charged up anymore, so we're kind of safe. That was like seriously the most micro attack he could have done. Kind of want to get a wallbang. It's the saddest wake up, but it gets us more shinies. Why is he running? Just a good fight. Just like a really enjoyable fight fighting him. And Fulgur goes everywhere, right? Doesn't he like upgrade everything? I wish he was more of an invading monster than Banbaro is. Like, from the story, he kind of is, because they just, like, jam him into a lot of areas. I don't know. I mean, here's the thing, C. John. Like, if Capcom marketing is the same Capcom marketing, they're going to reveal everything outside of 3 monsters for Rise. So, in some official trailer, and somebody's going to come in a chat and see, Shepard, did you see the newest official trailer? It showed all of these monsters. It's just reality. And it's 100% cope to expect anything else. Sunbreak demo when? April? I don't think it's going to be that early. I guess it could be. I mean, they said spring, right? I mean, it's going to be hard, Neo Lord. It's not even your trailers, you know? I mean, if you watch any Monster Hunter stuff on YouTube, like, you're going to get spoiled for sure. Just people are just going to blast the thumbnails with new monster releases. Blackout for Elden Ring in February. I still haven't really watched anything for it. Good thing they never spoil the plot. Yeah, well, true. I think I was here to mine. These bones and stuff, and ores, those are a little upsetting. Those are a little annoying. Return of listers? Oh yeah, I mean, I'll be using the list for Sunbreak. You kidding me? Are they afraid people won't buy their game if they don't show all the monsters? I mean, I think the reasoning is we want to show people how much content there is in the game. Which, if you're on the fence and you've never heard of Monster Hunter before, you'd be like, wow, look at all these cool monsters. And, like, I get it. Like, I get it in, like, that regard. Obviously, for people that want to experience a lot of things fresh on their own for the first time, like, that sucks. Several YouTubers showing off the final boss and thumbnails and title even before release. Yeah. Yeah, they will. Some of them will do that. Well, Rotten Veil went up a little bit. Coral we could increase a little bit, huh? What's Coral looking like? Paloma. Do we have a Paloma yet? Should show off the first non-monster in his next video and title? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by non-monster? I think a lot of people know what they're getting and don't care about spoilers. I mean, it's Monster Hunter. There's going to be monsters. Something on a video that was titled Monster Hunter Stories 2 Fatalis Full Flight released like a day after Stories 2. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, Jirus is here too. That's kind of fun. Yeah, I mean, it's just the way, it's just like the internet now, though. To be fair, it's difficult. Like, it used to be like, FOMO was like, oh, you know, maybe you won't be, like, you're not there among the first people enjoying it. But now it's like, feels like it's literally, if you don't want to be massively spoiled, you need to be in on, or before the ground floor. So, Psychscape, like, in a way, some spoilers aren't that bad. Because if it's a brand new monster, and it has a completely unique name, like, if you don't even see a picture of it, it's just like a name, there's, like, not too much to spoil. It's just like, oh, okay, there's just a monster. Like, I remember when I was playing Iceborne, before it was even, like, publicly available, somebody came to stream and was like, the final boss is Shari Shvalda. And, like, I was annoyed by it, whatever. I probably banned the guy. But, like, it doesn't really spoil. I don't know what Shari Shvalda is. I don't know what they do. Was Namiel spoiled? They showed Namiel in a trailer. Not a fan of this attack. Well, certainly not a fan when it hits me. Seething was not shown, nor was Black Veil Valhazak. Those were the, like, really, obviously Shara, the only things that, like, Capcom didn't show. The secret final boss? Normally not shown. The dev diary for Stygian, they showed Sappy names in the armor list. I mean, that's not that big of a deal. Because it was included in that update. It wasn't like going to be a future update. Rage Gaming spoiled Blackmail for you? Yeah. It's not... I mean, I guess it works for him. Hopefully it pays his bills. That's all I'm gonna say. Hopefully he's not, like, spoiling people for, like, 20 bucks. Hopefully the guy's making big money. Yeah, I remember Yan Garuga being spoiled on the launch trailer. I hope they're only getting $20. Hope we get an entirely new Black Dragon. I mean, Mauled Xeno looks like it could fit sort of in that archetype. Oops. Look who's back. You spoiled Monster Hunter Try For You with your podcast. Excuse me? The podcast was done months after the game came out. In the US, let alone in Japan. Do I think they make Black Dragons a flagship? Sure. I can't tell if he's dead or sleeping. Sleep. I mean, how often do people actually go to other people's rooms in Sunbreak or in Rise anyways? I mean, to do what? Hey man, I like your posters. Cool posters. Hey, I see the trinkets on your shelf. Those are some nice trinkets. You go to my room to see my little secrets? You like that, don't you? I stand by my words. I feel no shame. I mean, as a Twitch streamer, I mean, that's a good thing to say anyways. You wailed on room stuff during sales for the game? I mean, Iceborne, there's a lot more reason to check out other people's rooms. Since when did they change the look of the Shining drops? I added a mod to make it easier to see them because I knew I was going to be in the Guiding Lands. Considering what they did to Shinies and Rise, it feels justified. Is he done tweaking out? I have perfect deco mods on? That is not true. How many attack decos have you seen me get? 0. That's always what, like, the cheat mods do. More common attack decos. Yes, I got 3 handicrafts decos, and it was amazing. But, like, I'm not even using them. Stop. Oh, my... Gotta shovel snow. One year, I bought a snowblower. And that was one of the best purchases I made. But I thought you live in an apartment. Did I just bounce at that little guy? Yeah, my sword was overcharged. Shouldn't they do that? Or you mean you gotta, like, clean off the cars? Oh, you live in a duplex. Oh, I see. 3U and 4, 21 months. I always thought it was 18 months. But yeah, I guess I was wrong. You mean 4, right? Not 4U. I guess it's a little awkward because you'd have to go from between 3G and 4 being released. Elden Ring equals Dragon's Dogma 2. Well, we're actually getting Elden Ring. Unbelievably, we're getting Elden Ring. That was the darkest time to be a Monster Hunter fan. Was 3U coming out and it being like a million years before 4 Ultimate came out. You don't... 13 games, you don't know what Gen 2 to 5 is. All right. So Gen 1 is Monster Hunter... Technically Monster Hunter G. And Monster Hunter Freedom. Gen 2 is Monster Hunter DOS. PlayStation 2. Monster Hunter Freedom 2. And Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. Gen 3 starts with Tri. It goes Tri... Portable Third, 3 Ultimate. 4th Gen is 4... 4U. And I guess, like, arguably Generations and Generations Ultimate is also 4th Gen. But it feels disrespectful even putting Gen U in there. But there you go. There it is. Gen 5? Monster Hunter World? Kind of Monster Hunter Rise? Ish? It's very awkward to consider Monster Hunter Rise like a thing, and that's when the generations start to really break down. Because like the games are as different as they are similar. Have you done all monsters challenge for Monster Hunter 1? We just include, there's like no real changes between the monsters in Monster Hunter 1 and Monster Hunter like 2nd generation. The gap for non-Japanese releases is 34 months. Woo! That was a long time. Like 3 years between releases. It was a long, long, long wait. We can call Rise Gen 5. I mean, that's why like I don't really get like hard stuck on generations. Like it's if you find it fun to discuss and debate, like it's one thing, but for me, like I don't think there's a lot to get out of it, you know? Yeah, it was a difficult time being a Monster Hunter fan between 3 Ultimate and 4U if you wanted to play something like officially in English. You know, I don't remember there being like a fan translation for 4 right away. There might have been, but I just really did not like playing on a 3DS. You know, 3DS emulation wasn't anywhere as good as it is now. And that's actually, you know, good and playable and all that. Let's redo this armor set. want to put capacity in. If I'm going to be in the guiding lanes. I would expect more master rank from that. Whatever. Hurts your soul you can't play for you. It's a shame. It's a fun game to go back and play. I mean, it looks fine on a 3DS. And with a new 3DS, it looks and plays pretty well, but you still gotta play it. There's plenty for Monster Hunter fans in the West to look forward to. Yeah. Uh-huh. How do I play for you on PC? There's a number of different types of emulators that emulate it pretty well. It's not perfect. Definitely enough to play. I'm assuming that's like an ink-stained oil shell. If you go to the Discord, there are a number of guides that are still pretty much functional. Just go to the Boomer channel and check the pins there. There's an old guide that talks about using Valentin Citra. And that's pretty much fine if you don't want to do too many graphical enhancements. Otherwise, you have to start looking into like a couple of different builds. But if you just want to play the game, like, don't think too much about it. It's fine. It's also, it's not a big deal either. You could always switch your save over. It's not the end of the world. We change our set deck as I'm about to. It has multiplayer, but you gotta like you gotta find somebody who's hosting a server for you to get into. Do I have anything better here yet? Not really. I don't want that last crit boost. I hate to put it in there, but I don't think I have a better thing to go in. Yeah, Insect Glaive was introduced in 4. There's a Boomer channel. There's a portable second G patch. What's the difference between that and Freedom Unite? Oh! Thank you so much for asking. So, Incognito Man's patch makes it so you get the full uncensored blood from Monster Hunter Portable 2nd G with the full English translation, and all event quests are always available. Plus a number of other like bug fixes and stuff like that. It's been more than 2 years since Monster Hunter World was released. How soon for Monster Hunter World 2? 2023 or 2024. If you're going to play Freedom Unite, you should absolutely use Incognito Man's patch. It is really good. We need to start farming up Thunderbugs. Yeah, he's a very talented developer. It's actually really important because eventually, you know, the servers for Monster Hunter Freedom Unite are going to get shut down. Like, it's not a matter of if, it's just like when. And when they get shut down, you know, there's a lot of things that would just be lost to time. So with this patch, you know, it'll never go away. You'll always have the ability to load up those event quests. I wouldn't mind fighting a Yangaruga. I don't think I fought a normal Yangaruga yet. Required serious RSI from playing Iceborne for 15 hours a day. Ouch. You were doing that on a controller? You made the mistake of having your arms on the table. I mean, nowadays I'm standing. I have my controller. And I rest it. I have an ironing board. I can't really show it. I don't want to break it. Can you see? No. It's here. It's here. And, but even before then, like, I always try to rest my hands and arms in a neutral position. I don't know how people that do, like, competitive FPS streaming do it. Because, like, I could play on a mouse and keyboard like anyone else, but after, like, more than, like, an hour or two, like, it hurts. Like, it really, really hurts. Pro streamer uses an ironing board? Only a pro streamer is genius enough to think of using an ironing board, if that's what you're trying to say. I don't need more subs. What, are you saying I'm too poor to afford a standing desk, and so I use an ironing board instead? Yeah, I mean, look, if I'm ever at the point where I feel like I'm hurting myself by playing video games, like, I'll just take more breaks. Like, we'll change up the content on the stream to have, like, more just chatting and stuff like that. But I've been pretty lucky. Like, I've been very fortunate. You know, I exercise pretty regularly.
Evan just gifted 5 cents.
Evan, thank you. Mystical, Tomato Sauce, Chico, Strex, and Chef. Thank you. The secret is to be rich, not look rich. Shep is a smart man. Are you saying, like, I'm some sort of bougie streamer? I'm not a bougie streamer. Okay, yes. I have 2 living rooms. That is an unavoidable truth. But I got that before I started streaming. Hope that helps towards getting an actual standing desk. I like my setup. I could get the best standing desk in the world, and you know what? I would still use my ironing board. Is Encyclave a noob trap weapon? Absolutely not. If you only do the aerial attack in Monster Hunter World, alright, yeah, it's a little bad. You owned a house and finished college at 15. I worked very hard for what I have. It's nice when I'm doing speedruns and your clothes get a little wrinkled. That's what I'm saying. Look, I got a house before inflation got really bad. I haven't upgraded my setup at all. Pink Fluffy do. The only thing that I updated was about a year ago. I got a separate streaming PC. And that's only necessary because some games just really, really don't play nice. Like if you're playing like the Total War games, it's hard, man. I think this is my first normal, not scarred Garuga in Iceborne. Okay, hold on. The Thrustmaster cost me negative money because they sent it to me and then they paid me. That's like the opposite of bougie. Yeah, still using the 2080. I don't feel any major need to upgrade. I mean, Monster Hunter Rise is not a graphically demanding game. Like, it runs better than World does. Is that head still tenderized? It's not tenderized at all. Same thing with my weight setup. I got that before I was a streamer too. Everything I have is a result of good decisions I made before streaming full time. And then that is its own decision. Thrustmaster eSwap X Pro controller, now available at Best Buy. Sponsored, but not sponsored for this stream. But I love that controller. I use it all the time. Yeah, Twitch is tweaking out a little bit today, guys. I mean, it may not be Twitch. It might be my internet provider. It's impossible to tell. I mean, the 2080 is probably going to be good for like another 5 years at this point with how like graphic cards are going. Question is how long do we have before Folger ruins our day? That feels really bad. That's a pricey controller? There are more expensive and even worse controllers out there on the market. I mean, it's 100% a controller for somebody that takes their video game very seriously. But, you know, in some cases, like, if you play a game that uses R3 and L3 a lot, like, I don't know. Consider it an investment in your controller and in your thumbs. They sell irons and garment steamers on Best Buy as well? What are you trying to say? Oh, I'm not using Savage X. I mean, with people spending like $1,000 on graphics cards, 180 full retail, not even on sale, doesn't seem horrible. I spent more than that on another professional controller that crapped out immediately after 6 months. Evnet will be there tonight, buddy. Never buy an Xbox Elite controller. That's my only advice. And Claw Stagger is pretty ridiculous in this game. You can say Xbox Elite isn't a sponsor. I know. I don't know when that sponsorship officially is over with Thrustmaster. I think it's over. I had the version 2. The worst part about it wasn't even that it broke. It's that they offered 0 repair and warranty services for it. That was the worst part. I need to kill it. You wouldn't because you couldn't justify the cost of why shouldn't one buy an Elite controller. That is a lot of double negatives. Can you please rephrase your question? There's so many double negatives. What? Baby Shepherd 1? I'm not a baby streamer. I'm entertaining the customers at your job again. Doing a great job. If you guys there at Target are looking for a new controller, check out the Thrustmaster eSwap X Pro controller. How did SOS Cove? The first one went terrible. I don't know if they sell that at your store, Julian. The biggest thing for me with professional controllers are these little, just these things right here. You see that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Having programmable back buttons is like literally the most important thing. As long as I have that, I'm happy. I mean, the only significant downside to the Thrustmaster eSwap X Pro controller is it's wired. Oh, I don't recommend an Elite controller? Oh, I mean, the Xbox Elite controller just breaks. I mean, there's no... If you can get, like, a really bulletproof warranty for it, okay. But then also it's, like, really heavy. Like, really uncomfortably heavy. Do I like those buttons better than the toggle thingies? I like the paddles? The paddles feel maybe a bit neater, but they also felt like they broke faster, so... I guess there's less of a novelty with the buttons, but, like, they work. I also like turbo in my Pro controllers. I've got the 8-bit though, and it's got really good turbo, man. Walrus Pug. Thank you. God, our stream is just crapping
Walrus
itself today.
Pug
We still at
gifted a
5,000.
subscription.
What are we at?
Walrus Pug gifted a tier 1 sub to Fume Gamer. They have given 2 gift subs in the channel.
I was in some event the other day, and like DJ Wheat was talking about how like back in the day people used to stream at 160p and they liked it. But it's like, my guy, we don't live 10 years ago. People expect at least a solid 720p. Please fix your platform. I guess we'll do this, Frostfang. Actually, you know what? We should probably do this, this Val Hazak. This is like a different one. You wish Twitch gave 1440p or 12K bitrate? You can do that on YouTube, you know. YouTube, you can actually stream at 4K if you really wanted. The only issue is if you stream at 4K is like, it's like a 30 to a 40-second chat delay. So it's really not acceptable. But 1440p, it has a pretty quick chat delay. So, I don't know. That's why we stream on YouTube now, so, most nights. No, we do stream on YouTube. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday nights. I don't think he's here. Isn't he, like, up? Is he, like, coming around? Like, where is he? I think he's up. We do our night streams. We do variety on YouTube. With, Rise coming out, we might do some Monster Hunter there. Yeah, no. How'd that come about? I wanted to do variety, and I didn't want to do it on Twitch, so. That's it. It's no major secret. Facebook streams? I would never. How dare you? Yeah, we did a playthrough of Neo 2. We did the DLC on Way of the Neo. I was proud of that because we didn't use tonfas. Why not tight stream Rise? What? Oh, on release, we might do night streaming for Rise on Twitch. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. In as much as I'm capable, I will resist Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg's wily ways for as long as I possibly can. Like, I like the Oculus Quest. Like, I would actually like to have it. But I'm just like, I don't want to use Facebook for anything. That was cool. It don't matter. Just gonna farm Rise on YouTube? We'd probably do like viewer hunts and stuff like that on YouTube. Google Plus is okay. Still bad. Just less bad. I don't think I could. What was that cutscene? I turned into a zombie. Next to Moss, QA is the speedrunner I have the most respect for. It is a shame what happened to him. It's a shame Japanese society has so much shame to it as well. I guess the e-bullying is taken very seriously over there. Look at this regional. Thing with Val, this is an event quest. It was a collab for Resident Evil 2, the remake. Popular game. What happened? So I could have the date wrong, but it was at one of the Japanese festas where they have the tournaments. for Monster Hunter. It was right after this quest came out, which I think was like in February. Ryozo will usually bring his character and play with fans online at this event, and it'll be streamed. And one of the best hunting horn players in the world, QA or Qua, joined and brought like the Teostra hunting horn. And the Teostra hunting horn prevents statuses. Like, it's actually really good in this quest if you don't want to be bothered with becoming a zombie. Unknowing to him, Ryozo was trying to demonstrate the zombie status. And so, you know, I mean, who knows how much Ryozo plays the game? But Ryozo didn't quite realize that that effect was on him. And the quest was basically him, like, running at the Valhazak for 20 minutes, getting blasted, being confused as to why he wasn't turning into a zombie. And, like, by the end, I think, you know, QA figured it out. He stopped playing the song. But the quest basically got speed ran. And then this segment was over really quickly. And so after that, there were some Japanese people on 2chan or whatever, you know, saying like, oh, you disrespected Ryozo. You ruined the event. You ruined that hunt. You're a bad person. And I'm like, I don't think he intended that at all. This was all live stream. I was broadcasting live as this was happening. And so he apologized and he basically deleted his online presence. I think he deleted all of his videos. It's possible to meld Fatalis evil. I don't think so. Chat, is it? What happened to my capacity? Jesus Christ, it's not here either. It's kind of funny? Oh, it's definitely kind of funny. My feeling, like, if you want to demonstrate something super specific like that, you should probably go in with, like, some people in person so you can communicate before you do the quest off. Because otherwise stuff like that could happen. The worst part about it is because the segment ended so quickly, we had to sit through like an hour of like commercials. So that part sucked. Well, he was probably trying to be helpful. I mean, you know, how many people would do a quest with Valhazak and, like, you know, not bring a Fluvium resistance or anything that has to do with, like, this monster's weird mechanics of being a zombie in multiplayer and be like, oh, wow, I guess I'm not turning into a zombie. And be like, oh, that's neat. I am fortunately mostly immune to internet criticism, so it doesn't bother me, but it makes me sad to see other people getting bothered by it. Oh, free meal activated on that mixed green red herb. Everyone brings a flavor resistance to Val? I don't know about that. If you're doing like SOSs. And then Effluvium doesn't even do anything against this guy. I don't count the beans nowadays. I just eat them. I am literally an internet clown. That is my profession. I have it with pride. Look, internet clown is the most desired profession in my country behind YouTubers. People think it's playing video games. That's not why people want to watch it. I mean, maybe a little, some people. Am I going to get 3090 Ti? Nah, I'm going to wait for the 4th series. And if I don't get it, I don't care. Drop the stalactite? I'll drop the stalactite on Uranus. Getting other people's girlfriends to slide in my DMs. How long is this going to be a thing people remind me about? Is this going to be one of those things like I'm not going to hear about in a couple weeks? Or is it'll be our little secret, the sort of thing I'm going to hear basically forever? I just want to know so I can mentally prepare myself either way. He didn't even yell at me on Twitter. I'm actually upset about that. He's had like 2 tweets in the last 48 hours, and none of them have been, hey, Shepard, step off, that's my girl. As long as I make it weird, that's my only issue with the whole situation is really that. The length of the meme will be our little secret. Okay. When you run for president, know that this will be the question you're asked for on a constant basis. I am not running to be president. Maybe he's into it? My favorite message about the whole thing was that this was an entire plot for Mai to be shamed on the internet. Sexually, he's into it. That's right, Shepard. Dominate me. I'm not stealing people's girlfriends. I didn't even know the relationship. Maybe he doesn't see me as a threat? Yeah, that's fair. At least I don't play light bowgun, though. Music's good. It's a cheap shot. Light bowgun is fun in WoW. It's a fun weapon in this game. Have you ever seen a kill via wallbang? It does like 2% of their health. So, I mean, if they're limping away, it's probable. She's the first wife. She just laughed. She was more concerned about having to eat beans than she was about anything that was going on at Twitter. Which, I mean... What are you going to do? I'm waiting for the takedown article against me from the Wall Street Journal. We had beans last night. We had curry, butter chicken curry, along a can of black beans. And it was delicious. Sticky Gang is the happy-go-lucky side of gunners. We did nothing wrong. It's okay. Why is everybody, like, reacting so negatively to that? Tired of rice as an Asian, so you back me in my support for beans? That is the only time someone has ever said they'll support me on this. It's, she says I'm addicted, but like, if my doctor told me to stop eating beans, I would. I haven't had any health consequences yet. So why would I stop? I forgot to put capacity boost in. Yeah, this is where it goes. What a mistake. Who was the one celebrity asked if Jen would leave me for? Oh, she'd leave me for Jack White in a heartbeat. And, like, she says that she wouldn't. But she totally would, so. What is going on here? Where's the crit boost? Oh, it goes... Oh, well... I could go there. She surely would. That's fine. Like, I'm okay with that. Like, I'm okay with that. That doesn't make me mad. That's just life. That's how things go. I'm the bean and Jack White is rice. As a Brazilian, you eat rice and beans every day, so I support you too. Dude, like, I'm not talking down to rice. I think rice is delicious. I'm just trying to cut down on the carbs, you know. Bulking season happened. And we're on the other end of bulking season. So I got to be careful. I got to cut down the carbs. There's a lot of carbs in rice. I know there's carbs in beans. I'm aware of that. We're going to do this one horrible quest once. If I could find it. Where the hell is it? Where's that damn Zinogre? Oh, there he is. If you haven't had rice in years, you're cutting right now? Yeah, man, it's not easy, dude. 100 grams of beans have 63 grams of carbs? Dude. It's got, lots of fiber and lots of protein compared to rice. I'm not saying there's no carbohydrates in beans, obviously. Yeah, Twitch or my ISP are being kind of ass today. At least the stream's not going down. Yeah, I've never gotten, like, really, really cut sexy boy. But I've gotten in pretty good shape the last year. $100 grams of rice has 28 carbs? No way. No way. We're farming MR100? Yeah, we got to get there eventually. What did Jen think when you served beans and curry? She was really sad. I mean, how do you think she was? She was like, I want rice. I don't want beans. She wouldn't want beans on a good day. She's kind of sick of them. Yeah, now's the time, sexy boy. Like, you gotta do it eventually. Starting in January is a lot easier than starting in, like, March or April. Top 3 weapons for newbies of Iceborne to master? You should probably start with Hammer. Hammer's usually, like, my first go-to. Because, like, it's got the best usage of Clutch Claw. If you're playing solo a lot, Hammer gives you, like, a ton of downs. So, like, if you're a true newbie, it's great. Guys, you have to look at the you have to minus out the dietary fiber from the beans. Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever get to the point where my abs are popping. I don't know if it's worth it. As a married man, I mean, my wife doesn't really care. She doesn't care. She would rather be eating pasta than me getting healthier. Argue for Greatsword because you cut tails? I mean, you don't really need to cut tails in this game, unfortunately. Here. Oh yeah, you should have one flinch-free deco. If you're playing multiplayer. You're going to want to do that. You're married too, and she hates it. Yeah, yeah, they don't care. They'd rather have the pasta. Become a real-life JoJo character. I have a stand. His name is Maldi. Is this the thing? That's definitely... You do less than 30 carbs daily? I mean, that'll get you very lean. I mean, you know that. I know that. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people out there that are like, you know, your macros don't matter. It's just calories in, calories out. But that has never been the case for me. You did Char yesterday with Heavy Bowgun solo? Nice. Weaponized Banbro! He's already enraged. There's nothing unhealthy about having a bean addiction. I'm gonna get the rice and the beans, and we'll talk about it. I'm farming decos because I'm avoiding GU? No, we need to get Sappy no matter what. And it's not a secret. Oh, we were really low in the frame factory today. Just try not to think about it. I'm assuming it's at least somewhat watchable. Why is the ogre a Legiacris wannabe? I mean, he was kind of brought in to replace Legiacris because there was no underwater in Portable Third. So, yeah, technically Legiacris was the original, but most... Zinogre's still here. So I don't think it's really fair to say that. I don't know, I just feel like the psychological effect of what macros you eat also, like, compounds itself. Because, like, you're going to be so much more full and have less, like, insulin swings eating, like, a higher protein, higher fat diet than eating lots of carbohydrates, especially refined carbohydrates. But I don't know. That's just me. And that's in the U.S., too. I mean, maybe things are different with the quality of food sources in other countries. Can I get this before, like, he runs away? He just got knocked out of the air. You're the best? I agree with that statement. At what? Everything? On Monster Hunter, Mortal Kombat, Resident Evil, Silent Hill, Devil May Cry, and more. Italian Blood? Ciao Bella. You know, I kissed an Italian goat before, and then it died. I feel really bad about it, like really broken up. Like that goat did not deserve that. No, I mean the only church that I belong to is Viva Diablo. Man, we got like negative frames today. Oof. We're going to make it through this quest. Okay, I'm going down. I'm going down. Going down to 3,000. Oh, hang on. What? I did. I kissed an Italian goat, and then it died the next day. You're the best at randomizer? Hey, thanks, man. It did not deserve to die. It should not have died. Honestly, sometimes I think if, like, I would have traded places with Chicho Pinata that day. I mean, yeah, my wife's been very tolerant of me streaming. The only thing that she wanted me to take off the stream is she wanted me to stop saying Hail Satan so much. And she wanted me not to say the words, suck my meaty anus. Outside of that, she's been incredibly supportive of everything. Like, she's had zero issues. So, I mean, you can't ask for more. I just see him, like, limp down here. Where are you going? Italian girl? No, no. Not a girl. Hold on. First of all, my wife is Italian, okay? She was really funny the other day. Like, I was getting beans ready, and she's like, I'm Italian! I need pasta! And I said, you're such a stereotype right now. She's like, I don't care! I want pasta! I'm not a werewolf. Nice. You have a question? Why have you been saying Hail Satan so much? I used to say it pretty regularly, and it was part of a song that was played whenever I got a subscriber. It was like a funny little like, Hail Satan. It was like a funny little like Mitomo voice. Hail Satan. And she didn't like that. Also, I was saying it a lot around her parents. Like, we'd go to, like, family Sunday dinner. And, like, they're all, like, pretty strict Roman Catholics. And I would say, Hail Satan. And so she wanted me to stop saying it at dinner, too. I did. Oh, yeah, no, she talks with her hands. I told her, she's welcome to cook pasta. All right? But I'm not going to cook a perfectly good meal with beans and a protein and then make a pasta if I'm not going to eat it. Now, you want to make it? You make the pasta. What does offensive guard do? It gives you more damage if you perfectly time your guards. What are all these question marks in chat? What? Why would you mention Satan around Roman Catholic parents? They're entitled to the religion as much as I am. It's a free country. I didn't do anything wrong. Does Jen do this? No. But she does talk with her hands. There's all sorts of gestures. Where do you get canned bean worms? You don't know if canned beans are good for health? There's nothing wrong with canned beans. I got some dried beans. And I've got some canned. I've got a mix. Depending on how much time I want to spend, I'll either soak the beans and cook them fresh, or I'll do the canned beans. It seemed to be stabilizing a little bit. Okay. Wow. We must have like 5 normal handicraft decos. Free element connect. Oh no. I disapprove this Satanist. Yeah. Make bean pasta for your wife. I cook her plenty of tasty meals. Okay. Guys, is the stream watchable? How bad is the stream? I've dropped 41, almost 42,000 frames. How many seconds is that? That's like 10 minutes worth of... It's like 10 minutes. Not 10 minutes, like 2 minutes of... I like black beans. I like kidney beans. I like navy beans. I like lentils. It is mostly watchable. All right. I'm not a micro streamer. It is bad. I think it's pretty bad. My heart's telling me it's pretty bad. Might as well be just chatting. All right. If that's the case, hold on. I got to show something real quick. Goals? Was that a new thing they added? We got ourselves a special trailer. How can I still hear that? The hell? Ah, there we go. All right. I like that. I like that show. Speaks to me. January 13th, HBO Max, Peacemaker. Original series from the director of The Suicide Squad and Guardians of the Galaxy. You can tell. DC Extended Universe. Action-adventure comedy that dives into Peacemaker's surprisingly complex character. It sounds like he's got a bird that attacks people's buttholes. But I like that. All right, all right, that settles it. I'm going to get HBO Max. All right, check it out, Peacemaker. HBO Max next week. I mean, it speaks to me, Azue, in a way that most modern superhero stuff does not. Thank you, Peacemaker. All right. Gonna name your Rise character Sugar Tits. What's this? Did they mention his eagle's name? It's weird saying John Cena swearing. I guess you're not allowed to do that in wrestling, are you? All right, Rathalos, I'm gonna... Where does he start? I don't know where normal Rathalos starts in the Elder's Recess. I'll start here. No, I mean, it really looks okay. I mean, obviously they pay me to say that, but really it looks okay. I really mean it this time. You can get HBO Max without cable. You're thinking of HBO Go. HBO Go was the service that required you to have it, but HBO Max, you just pay for it now. Ask what Jen thinks? You know, it would be a gamble on whether or not she would laugh seeing a bird attack somebody's butthole. She might think it's funny. Eagley? It's an okay name. John Cena enjoys Lao Ganma, and in that regard, can't be a bad guy. Old lady bean paste. Blink twice. There's nothing wrong with Lao Ganma. Starting to regret doing this already. I doubt she'll find it funny. She might laugh. She laughs at Family Guy. Capcom Creator Program? What's that? Have I wallbanged him yet? Did I just wallbang him? What have I done? I would not want to SOS. I just wish monsters were like extra susceptible to getting knocked out of the air in this game. If you did damage to them. I don't know if that would maybe make like ranged weapons too powerful. Slinging them out of the sky. I don't have any rocks. I don't know where they went. How is Short and Seal overpowered in this game? It's got a move called Perfect Rush that hits like really incredibly hard. Its normal combo is pretty powerful too. But Perfect Rush is like one of the most damaging moves in the game. You like this frame rate? It looks like an old Harryhausen movie. Doing the best I can, man. I don't know that streaming services are that bad compared to cable. My father-in-law pays like some like bougie level of service just to get the Italian channel. He's at like $200 a month for this cable service. Like say you've got Google Plus, Netflix, and we'll give it to him. HBO Max. That's like what, $30 a month? I mean, that's nothing. I guess most common internet packages now are like $90 with cable, but that's like for like the dumpy, slow internet. I don't know. I mean, at least when you've got streaming services, like there's no question that it's not better. Like it's way better than actual cable. And generally cheaper. Like, unless you're really getting everything. But you really don't need everything. Not all the time. You know, you pick up a service when you want to see it, and then you just drop it otherwise. Disney Plus? I guess if you got Disney Plus, too, that could start getting kind of rough. That's fair. Isn't that like $15 a month? Oh, wow. Nice shot. I have no idea where all the pots are. Can't find any rocks. 3 shield bashes? Oh, the backup shield bashes? Yeah, I mean, if you land them well enough, you can stun things like that. Does cable mean US? It literally means the copper cable that comes to your home that brings you live news or whatever, cable programming. Not over-the-air transmissions, not like the public things. You can get satellite TV here, but it's mostly pretty expensive and not reliable. There are some like free, you know, analog antenna stuff you can get, but likewise, it's usually pretty bad. The thing I'll say about Hulu is you gotta really want to watch a show if you're actually gonna watch a show on Hulu. If you go for like the ad-supported plan, that stuff is aggressive, dude. You get TV without subscribing to any cable. You can get whatever comes over the antenna, but I'm telling you, like, it's usually pretty bad. Like think of like channels that are 100% dedicated to just showing like advertisements. You might get one basic news network, and then like you'll get one channel that just shows soap operas in Spanish. That's what I generally get. It's not good. Oh, wow. Savage Joe is here. Well, this is neat. Dude, he's running. Dude, he's running. Why are you not on the ground? To the pit. Climbing is the only thing that makes me sad in this game. You're fighting a flying monster and they just fly to like the highest peak in the map. It would have been nice if there was like a camp above that peak. Alright, I've killed one before, but just do this. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have it, Walrus. Like, I literally just have an internet connection and the streaming services I pay for, so I can't really talk about it, like, with any authority. I just know that I hate getting served ads, like, constantly, so I just pay for streaming stuff. And I'm happier as a result. Two hungerless decos. All right. All right, guys. The stream is now officially hemorrhaged 81,000 frames. So I would normally go for a little bit longer, but I think I'm going to kill the stream here. I apologize for that. I really do. I'd like to stick around. But I think I'm just going to like mercy kill. I'm going to put up the YouTube stream right now. If you would like to watch my Dark Souls 3 playthrough tonight, let's go ahead and get this going. Here we go over here.